Hello, and welcome to The Blank Potato, where the lines between reality and terror are blurred. This is a place where the darkness consumes all and the unknown whispers secrets in your ear. But don't be afraid, for you are safe here with me. I will guide you through these tales of horror and terror and help you find solace in the shadows. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let yourself be transported to a world where anything is possible and nothing is certain. Sleep well, my friends. The title of this next story is The Prison Transport. There was a perfect storm, both literal and metaphorical, of external events that caused it to happen the way it did. But it all started with the planned transfer of one of the most hated men in the state. His name was John Wheatley Jr., and after his most recent spate of convictions, he was sentenced to over 300 years in prison. John's exploits were infamous, and he shared that infamy with his father, John Wheatley Sr. The two-man team terrorized co-eds up and down East Coast colleges over the course of 6 consecutive summers. They'd finally been chased down, but only John Jr. was apprehended. John Sr. miraculously got away, and a statewide search had recovered no clues or hints to his whereabouts or direction. John Sr. was a Vietnam vet who'd been captured and held prisoner for several years before escaping. The man knew how to disappear, and a lot more. John Sr.'s training helped the father-son duo avoid capture for years. They left no evidence at scenes and planned the attacks meticulously. The father and son would check out various campuses and monitor whatever security was there. The campus they liked, the two would stick around and watch girls for days, profiling them and deciding which one, or ones, would be the easiest prey. When John Sr. picked a target girl, they'd follow her home and observe her comings and goings. If she had roommates, they'd watch them too. Sometimes, the roommates would be side victims in the eventual attack. While the target girl was out during the day, John Sr. would use his expertise to break into the house. From there, he and John Jr. would remove the screens, loosen screws on the door handles. They'd unload guns if there were any in the house, and they'd leave pieces of rope around to help with binding the girl's wrists and ankles. The two became really good at it, but they'd eventually been caught, or at least John Jr. was, and he was being held in a prison in the city during the trial. When he was sentenced, there was an uproar for him not getting the death penalty, which everyone knew wouldn't happen. But there was still outrage among the dozens of families of survivors. A large prison transport bus with 4 cruisers chaperoning it left the courthouse. Within minutes, the bus was attacked and overwhelmed by the large crowds. But John Jr. wasn't in the transport bus. In fact, there weren't any prisoners on it at all. The bus was a decoy. John Jr. had been snuck out a back door and shoved into the rear seats of an unmarked that I was driving. There was a storm coming in that night, and my second driver called in violently ill, as did the backup driver. Chaos was about to descend on the city, so I was quickly sent out with just John Jr. It would be just him and I for the 2-hour drive to his new home at the state's largest max security prison. We managed to completely avoid any crowds through the city and made it to the outskirts with ease. That was when the rain really started. I was driving 30 on the interstate and saw more transfer trailers flipped on the side of the road than I have in my whole life. The interstate became quiet halfway into the drive, and it felt like it really was just John Jr. and I. He must have felt the same way, because that's when he started talking. "So it's just you and me tonight, huh, buddy?" I thought they always needed two views for these here rides. Been my experience anyways. Buddy there probably called in sick, huh? And the backup guy too? I knew he was trying to bait me, get in my head, maybe even cause an accident. Anything that would prevent me from taking him where he was going. You're a tall guy, 6'3". You know how they get a body in a coffin if you're over 6 feet? They break your legs, shove him up into your abdomen. They say it looks the same. I don't think it does. I caught his eyes briefly in the rear view, but turned away the second I did. You have a hard time looking people in the eyes, officer? You don't like me? That's fine. I don't like you either. Stop talking. I wish I hadn't spoken, but it just came out. I ramble when I'm excited, he said. Yeah? You excited that your dad left you to get thrown in prison for the rest of your life? Just totally fucking abandoned you? His son? What else are you excited for? Your new home? At the state pen? Enjoy the next hour of the ride, cause nothing's ever gonna get better than this for you. Silence took over the car, and I figured that shut him up. But I was wrong. I called him, you know. I decided I wasn't taking any more bait and remained silent. My dad, with his phone call at sentencing, I told him I forgave him, that I understood. And he told me he was outside of this house in Temple. Temple's a small town on the outskirts of the city I worked in. I owned a house in Temple with my wife and daughter. The word grabbed me, but I tried to keep a poker face. In the East End, some sweet little street called Blackburn. My heart basically stopped at that moment. Guessing Temple was one thing, but guessing Blackburn was a complete shot in the dark. What do you know about Blackburn? Not much, unfortunately. My daddy does, though. All it took was a couple phone calls, following people around, finding out schedules, routes. He got the list of prison transport drivers, looked into the three of yous, and decided you were the one that drive me, so he made sure the other two didn't make it tonight. I dialed my wife's cell number, but it went straight to voicemail. She ain't gonna answer. I grabbed the radio and was about to call dispatch, but John Jr. cut in. You ever want to see the family of yours again? You were going in the wrong direction if you make a call on that. Put the fucking radio down, or your wife and daughter disappear forever. I put the radio down. That's right. Now, you're gonna keep driving, or Dad's gonna do something awful things to Jess and Lil Tina. Keep fucking driving. I slammed the brakes and got out of the car. I opened the back door and pressed my gun to John Jr.'s forehead. I yelled for him to call it off, to call his father off, or I'd blow his brains out. So my options are get my brains blown out or go to prison for 300 years. Pull the fucking trigger. I didn't know what to do. How do I know if I let you go, he'll let them go? You don't. But if you don't let me go, he definitely won't. No, get back in the fucking car. It took everything in me not to blow him away right there. But I closed the back door, got back in the front seat, and resumed the route I was on. After a few minutes of silence, John Jr. finally broke it. You know them girls we fucked? Sometimes we'd call them after. Weeks later, we'd take one of their yearbooks from high school, so we'd pretend we were an old classmate. Bullshit him, chat him up for a bit, before bringing up something we did the night we were with them. Something they'd remember. Listen to their voice change when they realize who they were really talking to. What are we doing? Up ahead, there's a set of train tracks. You know the ones. You're gonna cross them and pull over on the other side. I'll wait furthers. I kept driving, not wanting him to talk any further. You know, I don't think I could ever have a daughter. I think I just... Train tracks up ahead. I could barely see them, but they were there. Cross them, pull to the right. I crossed the tracks and pulled to the right, which was populated by a forest full of shadows. Turn it off, John Jr. said. I turned off the ignition. A second later, A set of brake lights blinked on and off in the forest. Opened my door. I got out and opened his door. John Jr. got out and faced me. He smiled with a mouthful of rotten meth teeth and lifted his handcuffed hands to be released. I uncuffed him, hating every second of it. "Good night, officer." John Jr. turned away. John Jr. turned away and started towards the getaway car. I yelled out to him to stop, to wait. Where was my family? My wife and daughter? John Jr. yelled back, "How the fuck should I know?" And at that moment, John Sr. burst out of the getaway car with a shotgun and fired at me. It tagged me right in the chest, and thankfully, I was wearing my vest. I landed hard. My arm moved on its own, grabbing my Glock 9mm and firing it off towards the car. I couldn't even see where I was shooting. I just kept pulling the trigger until I heard the magazine go click. When it did, all I could hear was the storm overhead. I looked over at the getaway car and saw two bodies on the ground, John Jr. and John Sr. I'd managed to tag them both at least twice. Then I heard a groan, only it wasn't from the two men. It was from the getaway car, from inside the trunk, which was lined with bullet holes from a gun. A cough barked out, a wheeze, more coughing. I knew what was in the trunk, but I didn't want to check. Still, I walked over to the getaway car and found the trunk unlocked. I opened it and found out where my wife and daughter had been this whole time. The title of this next story is Antichrist. Everyone had been talking about the news. Pastor Jude had come out and said it. He said he spoke to God, and God told him that right there, in our little town, the Antichrist was among us. Everybody knew everybody in my town, which meant everyone was suspicious of everyone. That was when kids started avoiding me. They stopped sitting next to me in Sunday school or playing hopscotch with me after church. Even my brother avoided me. He would only say what he normally told me. He was the favorite because mom and dad only wanted boys. He even said if he had a daughter, he would damn her to hell. I didn't know why everyone ignored me. Well, everybody except for Micah. He was the only kid in town who didn't avoid me. One day, in Sunday school, as our teacher was babbling on and on about something or other, I was mindlessly doodling in my book as Micah sat next to me. "Claudia," he whispered, nudging my elbow. "Psst, Claudes, cut it out. Stop drawing that creepy stuff." I ignored him until Elder Green stopped in front of me. "Claudia," he said in a warning tone. I switched the pencil to my right hand, like I was always told to do. No, not that. What's that you're drawing?" "Oh, nothing much really, Elder Green. I was just doodling." "Is that so, Miss Keller?" "Well, let's see what this is then." He picked up my book and gasped along with the rest of my class. Did I really draw that? As I stared at my drawing, the pointed devil horns and sharp red eyes staring back at me, I couldn't help but think one thought. I am a really good artist. Micah scooched his seat away from me a bit. "Miss Keller, I'm afraid you can't join us if you draw satanic runes like this," Elder Green said, just as Pastor Jude walked into our classroom. "Now what's this, little Claudia?" he asked, placing his hands on my shoulders. "Nothing, Pastor. This one here has been drawing satanic imagery in her book, Pastor Jude. It's really quite concerning." Elder Green interrupted. "Elder, you mustn't interrupt Claudia like that. Come with me, dear." He took my wrist and led me out of class. We sat down in the spare room, the one with no windows and a lock on the door. None of the other doors have locks on them. Was I really bad, Father? I asked. No, no, my Claudia. He placed his hand on my leg and tightened his grip when I tried to move away. But remember, demons go after those who are weak in faith, the ones who have fought the hardest battles. The demons go after those who have fought the hardest battles? Are they protecting them, Father? No, no, my Claudia. Demons do not protect. Angels protect. Demons are horrible creatures. They feed off those who cannot fight back. But how do I know who is a demon and who is an angel, Father? Pastor Jude brushed his fingers through my hair. Well, my Claudia, Just then, Micah knocked on the door. Claudia? Claudia? Claudia! He started, before Pastor Jude reluctantly got up and opened the door. He was holding a small chocolate egg in his hands. Sunday school ended. They were giving out chocolate eggs and I saved you one. It got a little melty though. He reached his hand out to me, offering the melted chocolate that had been nearly liquefied in his sweaty little palms. No thanks, I said. Well, Micah said, licking the chocolate off his hands. Ready to walk home? My mom said I can walk home all by myself, as long as I go with you. We can go to the playground on the way. Okay, I have to go now, Father. Goodbye. As I left to walk home with Micah, Pastor Jude grabbed my hand. Goodbye, my Claudia, he said, kissing my hand. I pulled it away and hurried to catch up with Micah. As we walked to his house, we talked. Do you really think there's an Antichrist in this town? He asked. What even is an Antichrist anyway? It's someone who does the opposite of what God wants. Oh, who is it then? I don't know. Maybe it's me. That's why everyone's ignoring me. I don't think you're an Antichrist. You're only 9. I'm a whole 4 months older than you. Plus, I'll be 10 in a week, April 3rd. Micah shrugged. Just then, we heard the dreaded sound. The sound of Stephen Shepard's old pickup truck. Stephen Shepard was the meanest teenager in town who loved to pick on kids. Especially me and Micah. Oh, look who it is, he mocked, stepping out of his truck. Little Micah with his little girlfriend. Shut up, Stephen, Micah said. Stephen picked him up with one hand and threw him to the ground. He tried to get back up, but Stephen stepped on his face with his big dirty boots. And what are you gonna do about it, little girl? He asked as Micah tried to fight him off. He kicked Micah square in the mouth, making one of his teeth fall out. Then he pushed me to the ground. He sat on top of me and pulled a pocket knife out of his jeans as I flew my arms in the air. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop! I screamed, a sudden volt of energy soaring through me. Suddenly, Stephen was flung back like a rag doll. I didn't know what happened. I was just so angry. Oh, fuck, man, he said, trying to get up. Yo, what the fuck is this? He took off his dirt-stained white tank top to reveal 3 big scratch marks on his back. The rumors are right, he screamed. You're the Antichrist. He ran away, and I helped Micah up as he wiped blood off his face. Whoa, he said. How'd you do that? That night, as I brushed my teeth, I stared into the mirror. The rumors are right. You're the Antichrist. Could it be true? Was that why Pastor Jude always paid more attention to me? Because he was scared of me? Just then, as I looked at my reflection, I noticed a figure standing just behind me. The lights were off, so I couldn't make it out. But I knew what it was. It towered over me, staring at me through its gaunt, sunken eyes, its pale and bony hands resting on my shoulder. I looked behind me. Nothing. I looked into the mirror, and there it was. But I wasn't scared. Demons do not protect, echoed through my head, but I ignored it. It inched closer towards me and reached its hand out of the mirror for me to take. I reached back, but as soon as I touched it, there was a sudden jolt of energy, and it was gone. Even as I slept, I couldn't get the imagery out of my mind. I had seen hell, and I wasn't afraid. Who really knew the difference between angels and demons anyway? Where was the line between them? Pastor Jude didn't know. Elder Green didn't know. Nobody knew. But I knew one thing for sure. I was the Antichrist. The next morning, I woke up in the back of my parents' car. My younger brother sat next to me, but he didn't look at me. "Where are we going, Mom?" I asked. "To church, sweetheart." "Church? But it's Monday." "I know. We have something else for you in store today." As we left the car, I noticed all the other townspeople staring at us. Some pulled their children away from me. Others pointed and whispered to each other. I saw Micah racing towards us on his bike. "Claudia! Claudia! What are you guys doing?" I tried to turn to talk to him, but my parents pulled me away and carried me into church. "The Keller family," Pastor Jude said in a calm voice as we walked into the church. "I'm glad you got my message so quickly, Mr. Keller. Now, my Claudia, will you come with me?" I took his hand, even though I didn't want to. He took me into the room with no windows and a lock on the door. "Father, am I the Antichrist?" I asked as soon as we were alone. I don't know how to answer that, my Claudia," he said. "I always told you those weak in faith would be the first preyed upon by the demons. You must have faith in the Heavenly Father, my Claudia. I'm afraid you must be in this room by yourself for some time. Solitude is when we are best connected to God." "Please no, Father. I'm afraid of this room. I don't want to be alone." "You must be alone, my Claudia. I'm sorry," he said, and kissed me on the cheek. As he removed the door handles, so I couldn't leave, I pounded on the door. I sobbed as the lights all dimmed, leaving me in total darkness. I tried to pray to the Heavenly Father to let me out. I am the Antichrist, I thought. If I really was the Antichrist, why would he listen to my prayers? Hours must have passed. I had no idea how long I really was in there. I had no way to tell the time. I was so afraid and lost. Why was everyone scared of me? Why did I have to be born the Antichrist? I didn't do anything. Suddenly, I heard voices outside of the room. Pastor Jude's. "This child is the Antichrist. She will be the end of our town, the country, the world even. Do we just sit back and take it? It is in God's will to do anything to protect his children. And I say this child is only going to harm you. I say we kill the child in the name of God," he said, and I heard cheers and applause. "How?" a voice asked. Elder Green's. "She's locked in a room, currently. If we burn the church down, she'll be trapped inside, and we'll be rid of the horrible sins that have been burdened upon this town," Pastor Jude said, and I heard more cheers. "Well, what are we waiting for? Grab your torches, your pitchforks, whatever. Just be rid of the child." I wasn't sad any longer. I was filled with rage. They wanted to kill me? As the smell of smoke filled the air, I only got angrier. Then, I saw it. The thing from the mirror. The demon with gaunt, pale skin, with sunken eyes and bony fingers. But this time, it was right in front of me. I knew what he wanted me to do. In a fit of rage, I screamed, and the demon stood behind me. I reached my hand out, and the door blew off the handles. I didn't care if it made me demonic. I was too mad. I walked through the flaming building, and I wasn't hurt. But then, I heard a familiar voice. Micah. I rushed to the closest window and saw him on his bike on the sidewalk across from the church. Claudia! Claudia, come here! I'll help you! He started pedaling across the street when Pastor Jude appeared in front of him. Go, boy, leave, he said. No, Micah yelled. I have to help Claudia. He tried to push past Pastor Jude, but he picked Micah up with one hand. With what looked like no effort, he threw him into the street. I tried to warn Micah from the truck that was coming his way, but I was too late. It ran over him, splattering Pastor Jude with blood. Micah! I yelled, which got Pastor Jude's attention. You! How did you get out? He said, and started to run towards the church. I ran down the burning hallway as I heard his footsteps beside me. He chased me up the stairs of the bell chapel, the only part of the church that wasn't in flames. We finally met, face to face. His once clean and pressed suit, dirty and blood-stained. It's over now, demon child. Accept your fate, he said as the flames climbed up the stairs. He drew out a knife and approached me. When both of us snapped our heads around, there was a noise. Suddenly, I saw the demon who had been following me around. His head was bowed down to a figure beside him. I looked up and saw the same horns and eyes as in my picture. The angel of death himself, Satan. Pastor Jude looked scared. Your satanic majesty, this child, she is the Antichrist. You must take her away and punish her. The devil scoffed. I am aware of who Claudia Keller is. I sent my best demon out to protect her. Protect? Demons do not protect. He laughed a booming loud laugh. You really think? Demons protect those who need protection from evil. Angels don't do shit. They just sit in the sky all day and play their harps. The demon beside him wheezed, what I assumed was a laugh. But you're right about there being the Antichrist in this town. I've come to punish them. Really? Pastor Jude said. So you'll take her away? He pointed at me. Satan grabbed him by his white collar. You really think after everything I've told you that Claudia Keller is the Antichrist? You mortals are really stupid. So, Claudia isn't the Antichrist? Of course she isn't the Antichrist. She never was. You are, he said and snapped his fingers. The demon beside him grabbed Pastor Jude and opened what looked like a portal in the ground. They both fell through it, and I heard Pastor Jude's screams all the way around. Well, Satan said, now I can go tell God that's taken care of. He looked to me. Now, my Claudia, I made a promise to God. Wait, you talked to him? I asked. Satan shrugged. You mortals have a funny way of spinning things. We are more co-workers than anything. Well, I promised I would protect those who were mistreated by his children. These townspeople, they will never understand you. Things will only get worse. If you want to join me, my Claudia, you are welcome to. I have a special job for you in my kingdom. What do you say? He stretched his hand out for me to take, and I thought about it. The people of this town thought I was the Antichrist. They killed my best friend. They locked me in rooms with no windows and a lock on the door. But what if this is the right choice? If I choose to be with the demon, wouldn't that only be proving their points? But as I took Satan's mighty, giant hand in mine, I knew I had made the right choice. I was going home. And the title of this next story is The Red VHS Tape. I used to spend a lot of time at my grandma's house. She didn't quite raise me, but with how often my mom was in and out of jail or rehab, she may as well have. That's not to say my childhood was bad though. Maybe it wasn't as good as some had, but I got to spend a lot of time with my cousins when they visited. The house was in a beautiful spot on the edge of the woods, and Grandma really knew how to cook. I enjoyed my childhood, and no one can take that away from me. In fact, I really only had one truly bad experience in the years I spent at my grandma's house. The day started out better than most. It was in the early summer, so I was out of school, and the days hadn't gotten unbearably hot yet. My two cousins, Thomas and Isabel, had spent the previous night at Grandma's with me. We woke up all strung out on the couch in the family room because we'd stay up the night before watching a bunch of old movies. After a hearty pancake and sausage breakfast, we went to the pool and then back to the house to play near the woods. That's when Grandma started calling for us from the back deck. She chastised us for leaving VHS tapes all over the family room floor and not cleaning up after ourselves. "Can't we clean up after our game?" we pleaded. "I'm going out to drop off some things at your grandfather's work. Then I'm going to the store for supper ingredients. If I get back and that room isn't clean, we know, Grandma," we called back. She clicked her tongue at us, but smiled and walked to her car. I don't remember all the games we were playing, only that my younger cousin, Isabel, stopped wanting to participate because we were spending too much time in the woods. They weren't scary or anything. The coniferous forest was always magical to me. In the autumn, the woods were filled with pine cones and acorns for me to collect. In the spring, it was populated by herds of young white-tailed deer. And especially in the winter, the snow coverage made my grandma's backyard look like the cover of a Christmas CD. Isabel loved the woods as much as Thomas and I did. But for some reason today, she kept her distance. Regardless of her hesitation, we would have headed in anyway, because soon, dark gray clouds began to roll in from the hills. The water droplets began to cover the windows as we shuffled through the piles of VHS tapes we'd left on the floor. We hadn't watched most of them the night before, but like young kids do, we'd taken a bunch out and left them scattered looking for ones we could agree on. Isabel was only 5 and couldn't really read yet, so it was up to Thomas and I to match most of the tapes to their proper cases. In case you didn't grow up around them, most of the VHS tapes were black. That was the standard color. Occasionally, there would be some with the top strip a different color, and even rarer were the fully colored ones that we had. I say this not just to recall a bit of nostalgia from an age of simpler tech, but also to highlight why what happened next was so strange. You see, with how rare colored VHS tapes were, we knew exactly which ones we had. 2 orange ones and a blue one. Ironically, the blue wasn't Blue's Clues. That one was of the orange ones along with Rugrats. The blue one was Monsters Inc., but that afternoon as the storm really started to lay in thick, and the view out the windows was obstructed near completely, Isabel handed me a tape and asked me which one it went to. I was confused, not only because I had never seen the dark red VHS tape before, but because the writing on the front was something I couldn't read. "Hey Thomas, check this out. Can you read it?" Thomas looked as confused as I was. Indeed, neither of us had remembered ever seeing the VHS before, and we wouldn't have forgotten such a distinct hue. Thomas assured me I wasn't crazy, and that the writing on the tape couldn't have been English. We decided we'd watch it to figure it out, although she denied it. We figured Isabel had just gotten another VHS tape off the shelf when we weren't looking and liked the color of it. Thomas popped the tape into the player, and I turned on the TV. At first, we thought it didn't work. The screen was just black, with the exception of the text on the edges of the screen, which suggested the tape was homemade.
All the letters were in that weird writing though. One that I was certain didn't even share the same alphabet as English. We were about to take it out when I noticed the numbers in the timestamp were going up, meaning that it was working, and whoever had filmed the video was only filming in the dark. It's probably some old home movie grandma recorded and just left the camera going overnight or something. Why would it be written like that though? Maybe we should just rewind it to find out. I agreed with Thomas that rewinding the tape made the most sense. I hit the button on the player and went to sit back on the couch next to my cousins. I had expected the tape to take a while to rewind, considering the working theory was grandma leaving the camera on overnight, but not long after I settled in, I heard the distinctive click of the tape reaching the beginning. Thomas and I shared a confused look as I got up again to press play. The first scene was off the ground on the edge of the highway. Whoever was recording was clearly walking down the road. My suspicions that they were hitchhiking were confirmed as the next scene came up of the cameraman getting into the cab of a long-haul semi-truck. The trucker looked into the camera and smiled. He was an older man with a salt and pepper beard and a healthy-sized potbelly, making a documentary or something. Something like that was the first thing we had heard the cameraman say. The tone was cheery, like he was clearly obliged to finally get off his feet and into a vehicle. He also had an accent belonging to somewhere that my fourth grade mind couldn't place. The scene continued with the cameraman and the trucker having a friendly conversation. The cameraman placed the camcorder on the dash of the truck, pointed out onto the highway ahead of him. It didn't take long for us to get bored at this, and I decided to fast forward the tape. The scene lasted some time, and I watched the sun on the horizon dip below the tree line and the cool evening sky take place on the screen. Then the camcorder began to shift, and I stopped the rewind. The camera turned to film the trucker as he walked into a gas station in the middle of nowhere, or so I thought. "Hey, that's the truck stop on the edge of town," Thomas said. I looked more closely and realized he was right. It was the truck stop a few miles out of town that Grandma would always stop at to fill up and get snacks whenever we'd go on road trips. As soon as the trucker got into the shop, the cameraman began to search through his belongings. He unzipped duffel bags and opened shelves, pocketing random things as he went. I hurried to sit back down on the couch next to my cousins so that I could get a better angle of the screen. It wasn't long before we heard a "What's going on?" from the screen. The trucker had returned and wasn't happy to see what his guest was up to. A skirmish broke out between the cameraman and the trucker. At least that's what I gathered, as the camcorder was dropped almost immediately. So all I heard was the noise of a brawl as the screen showed the dusty underside of the passenger's seat. The sounds of the fight went from unnerving to disturbing quickly. Neither was screaming or yelling anymore, but one was unmistakably choking, gasping for air, and struggling to breathe. The screen began to shake to the rhythm of one of the men kicking the passenger seat, clinging on to a hope of life. Isabel grabbed my hand and whispered, "I'm scared." "It's okay," I assured her, not very assured myself. "It's just a scary movie. It's not real." Isabel buried her face in my side, and I welcomed the contact. I grabbed Thomas's hand and squeezed. We shared a look that signaled what we both knew. If this was a horror movie, why was that the truck stop we knew so well? The noises on screen stopped. Isabel began to lift her head to look again, but I held her head in place. The cameraman fished the camcorder from under the seat and pointed it straight at the lifeless truck driver. Thomas and I screamed. He lay awkwardly on the mattress of the cabin. His face was purple and his eyes were bloodshot. Then, the camera turned, and for the first time, we saw the identity, or lack thereof, of the man behind the film. He wore a wooden face mask. It was fashioned to look like an old man, with a big, bulbous nose and sad, wrinkled eyes. Gray yarn was attached around all of it to give the impression of long, disheveled hair and a matching beard. The scene cut. Now, it was nothing but trees. Isabel asked us what happened, but we didn't speak. She fought me to see the screen again, and this time, I didn't resist. Trees. Nothing but trees and dirt. And then, it hit me. It was all too familiar. The grass, the trees, the pine cones and acorns. It was the woods behind the house. My gaze darted out the window to the tree line. The heavy rainfall distorted the forest. What I once considered to be a wonderland was now a mystery. Then I heard Grandma, but not from the front door, not from the hallway, from the screen. Thomas gripped my hand so tightly it hurt. Isabel began to tear up. "I'm going out to drop off some things at your grandfather's work." My heart dropped. The camera's point of view was from the woods, looking into the backyard. It focused on the deck where my grandma spoke to us, and then panned down to show me. My heart began to race as I saw the back of my head on the TV in front of me. Thomas stood next to me, and Isabel. Isabel looked right into the camera. She looked confused, as if she didn't know what was she seeing. On screen, Thomas and I began to play tag, and I witnessed the moment in my life I came closest to death. As I ran from Thomas, I ran right past the cameraman, who moved the camcorder to follow my path. My heart was louder than the scream. My throat was so tight, I almost couldn't breathe. Then, the cameraman began to move, not towards us, but towards the house. He filmed as he made his way into the family room. He filmed the VHS tapes sprawled along the floor and chuckled. Then, my grandma came back into the house, forgetting something, and the man darted into the closet to hide. "Thomas," I whispered. He looked at me, and the same realization dawned on him. The screen was black. The same black screen that we saw when we first put the tape in. But worse than that, the closet he hid in was the same one I had been standing next to so many times today. Every time I got up to rewind or fast forward, I was only feet away. Thomas and I looked over at the closet now, and we saw the door ajar, and in the darkness, a wooden nose and a frayed gray yarn. All I remember was screaming and running as fast as I could with Isabel and Thomas next to me. We hurried up to the second floor, then into the attic. We hid away in the crawl space and prayed the man wouldn't find us. After what felt like hours, we heard footsteps, the creak of movement up the old wooden stairs. I closed my eyes and sobbed. The door to the crawl space opened, and we all screamed. "What has gotten into you three?" asked my grandma, and the whole world came back. We stumbled over our words explaining it to her. I doubt she understood, but she took our testimony seriously. Grandma opened the gun safe and pulled out one of her husband's rifles. "Stay here and I'll be back." It didn't take her long. Once she was sure no one was in the house, she got us and had us recall our story on the couch of the family room. I think she believed us, but the police couldn't do anything. The closet was open, but there was no man in a wooden mask. The dark red VHS tape wasn't in the player, and no trace of him was found in the woods. It took a while, but life returned to normal. School was back in session before I knew it. Homework began to take more importance in my mind than that afternoon. Pretty soon, it felt surreal. And as I got older, I began to doubt if what we saw was even real. Only three things told me that it was, though. Isabel and Thomas had always recalled the same exact scenario as I had. When we got older, my grandmother had admitted that a murder had taken place at the truck stop not long before the incident. And the third thing happened most recently. I have it again. I'm now older. I live alone in a different town. But just this afternoon, I got it. Outside of my door was the same dark red VHS tape. I have called the police, and in the meantime, I sit here, writing this story down, while simultaneously looking behind my back every second. And at the same time, I can't help but glance at the old VHS player on my TV stand. I don't know if I should watch the tape. Sorry for not posting my updates sooner. The last few days have been busy to say the least. I guess I'll start with some extra information, which I originally didn't think was relevant. My grandparents' house and the house that I live in now are both in the state of Alaska. I won't say the exact year of the origin red tape incident happened, but I will tell you it was during the 2000s. My grandparents live in the same house. Both are healthy enough, save for the years of chronic back problems that recently put my grandpa in a wheelchair for most of the day. Thomas and Isabel, who I now realize I should have named in my first post, moved to Washington State back in high school. Come to think of it, that would have been 10 years ago. Crazy how time flies. Anyway, keep these in mind while I tell the rest of my story. Right after I posted, I took a picture of the tape and sent it to a group chat I created with myself, Thomas, and Isabel. Underneath the picture, I texted, "Hey guys, I know, kinda downplaying it, right? But sue me, okay? I wasn't thinking clearly." Then I waited for the police to show up to my house. I kept my grandpa's old hunting rifle, a different one from the one my grandma had in the last post, by my side the whole time. Eventually, I gave into my morbid curiosity. I put the tape into the old VHS player I kept from my grandparents' house. As the machine slowly came to life, I dug my fingernails into my palms. Nothing. Just a black screen. But this time, with no text around the sides, I grabbed the remote and rewound and fast-forwarded. Nothing ever came up. As I stared, mesmerized at the empty screen, a sudden noise made me jump. The sound of a notification from the group chat. It was from Isabel, who was, probably rightly so, freaking out. She asked 100 questions, and I tried to answer as many as I could. "Did you call the police?" "Yes." "Did you watch the tape?" "Yes." "What was on it?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "Nothing at all." I told her. I ejected the tape to get a better look at it. I focused on the writing. As a child, it was an enigma. As an adult, it was Cyrillic. I got back on my laptop, opened up a Word document, and used the Insert Characters tool to painstakingly draw out the characters. Once they were all correct, I copied and pasted the characters into Google Translate. After about 5 minutes of sleuthing, I uncovered it. The strange, eerie writing that had haunted me for so long. It simply said, "The red tape." Very fucking useful, I thought, more than a little exasperated. Then came the knocking at my door. I was frozen until I heard the voice call. "Hello, are you inside? It's the state troopers." "Badge number," I stammered. "What's your badge number?" He rattled off a number along with the name Jay Serrano. I was about to open the door when I realized I have a gun. I'm holding it just for protection. It's Alaska. Just don't point it at me and we're fine. I opened my front door to a young male cop with short brown hair. He looked through the house, checking every possible hiding spot I could think of. He found nothing, and was clearly annoyed by the task. Look, there's no one around, okay? You sure it's not just a family member messing with you? My expression must have been enough of an answer for him. Okay then. I take it you want to go to the station and report it then, huh? Yes, I would like to. I'll go wait in my SUV then. If you're adamant about keeping your firearm on you, which it looks like you are, then just take that truck you have out there. He walked down my steps towards his squad car. I slung the rifle over my shoulder and went back into the house to grab a few things. My laptop, which I put in its case, the VHS tape which rattled from old age, and the VHS player. Just before I left the house, I had an epiphany. I rummaged through my junk drawer until I found a roll of scotch tape. I locked the door and I left. Only one other cop was at the station. According to them, they were two of the three in the whole backwater town I lived in. The older, heavier cop was about as useful as his colleague. I had to insist they swap the VHS for fingerprints. They found none. I had to insist they play through the tape. It was still black. As I pulled the rattling plastic case from the player I had brought along, I lamented my utter inability to do anything, to even get a single sympathetic response. Look, I appreciate that it's a little spooky, said Officer L. Henton. But this is the middle of nowhere, Alaska. I'm sure you'll be fine. My eyes shot daggers at the older cop who hadn't once left his seat except to refill his coffee. Especially given your rather Second Amendment-like tendencies, he added, while gesturing towards my rifle in the corner, the one I'd insisted on keeping near me. Despite their apathy, I managed to have them record my name and number before I left the little rinky-dink police station behind. The whole drive through the evergreen highway back to my home, all I could think about is why that man in the wooden mask would leave behind the VHS tape with nothing on it. Was it just to fuck with me? Why would he wait nearly 20 years to do so? These thoughts kept swarming my head as my Ranger's tires crunched over the gravel that was my driveway. I took another look at the tape, sitting on my passenger seat. My eyes rested on it for several seconds, at the handwritten Cyrillic and the faded deep red plastic. Then I grabbed my rifle from the gun rack and pointed the scope at my door. Everything was normal save for one discrepancy. The small piece of scotch tape I'd left in the top corner, a small transparent seal bridging the door and the frame, was loose. Back into reverse, back down the evergreen highway, and into the nearest motel I could find. There, I unpacked my VHS player and my laptop. As I made sure to double lock the door and double check the parking lot for anything strange, I finally relaxed. I pulled up my cell phone to see the group chat that I'd ghosted was full of messages from both Thomas and Isabel. I reassured them that I was okay, but also told them that the police were going to be of no use. Thomas asked me what Grandma and Grandpa thought of it. I had to admit I hadn't called them. Don't you think you should? Isabel messaged as I finished plugging the cords from my player into the motel television. Luckily, the motel hadn't updated their entertainment since the Clinton administration. Yeah, maybe they know something about the last time that they never told us, Thomas added. I'll call them in a bit, I assured. I want to figure out this tape first so they don't freak out over something we have no answers to. Then, I reached out for the tape, and for the final time that day, I heard it rattle. A rattle. I shook the tape. So many VHS tapes had developing rattling noises when they get old, maybe from the broken plastic or even dead bugs inside. But this rattling was different. It was heavier. Guys, I think there's something inside the tape. What? What's inside the tape? I don't know. Should I open it? The answer was a resounding yes. The only issue was that the VHS case had small screws in each of the corners that I had to get out before opening the shell. And since they were too small to unscrew with the blade of my pocket knife, I needed to get my Swiss Army from the ranger's glove box. Slowly, I crept out of the motel room. I scanned every window of the building as I made my way to the Red Ranger in the lot. Luckily, nothing seemed to be off. I managed to get back into the room with no issue. Did you open up the VHS yet? No, I just got back into the room, opening it now. It's a USB drive. Hesitantly, I plugged the drive into my laptop. I crossed my fingers and hoped that maybe this was an elaborate scheme to put a virus on my computer. I opened the file manager and saw the USB tab, simply titled that same Cyrillic phrase, the red tape. There was nothing but a video file in English which said, to, and then my grandfather's name. I didn't want to open the video. I wanted to close the laptop and throw it out and move away. But seeing my grandfather's name and not knowing what his connection was to the man in the wooden mask, I needed to know. My media player popped up. The video was that same familiar black screen with the Cyrillic text borders. Then, it was the same road, the same highway, small rocks and tufts of dry pine. A simple, rustic highway that nevertheless filled me with dread. Making a documentary or something? Asked the soon-to-be-dead trucker. I witnessed his lifeless purple face again. And then for the first time in almost 20 years, I saw that wooden mask, the frayed gray yarn, the carved wrinkled bags, the image that had haunted me ever since my childhood. But this time, I looked deeper into the uncaring, wicked, soulless eyes of the man behind it. If I get back and that room isn't clean, said my grandmother. I watched with each passing scene, slowly bringing the memories to life. The reality weighed heavy on my heart. Soon, the screen returned to the black nothingness of the closet. But this time, there was another scene. It began in the family room, with the tapes all strewn about. A deep, sinister chuckling sounded from behind the camera, then a phrase in Russian that I couldn't understand. Just then, I realized that I could understand. I paused the video, trying not to worry too much about the timeline, which showed how much footage was left to show. I got out my phone and opened up Google Translate. I played the scene again, allowing my phone to listen. You see how easily they scare, old man? How easy this will be? I wish I hadn't translated it. The video continued to play. The man in the wooden mask searched through the rooms. The dining room, the laundry room, my bedroom. But before he could get to the second floor, the sound of the front door opening scared him away. He ducked into a corner as my grandmother went to the family room to see tapes all around. "Where are you kids?" I heard her yell as the cameraman snuck out. But instead of darting to the woods, instead of leaving the property, he went immediately into the garage. A clutter-filled garage, tucked away under the deck, one that we rarely ever entered because of the darkness and the crowdedness. A garage which offered so many places to hide. The screen went black again. It was spliced with modern footage. A couch in the center of a cabin. Then the cameraman walked from behind the tripod and took a seat on the couch. He stared into the lens, his face still covered with the rustic wooden mask. He spoke in Russian at first. Before I could get my phone back out to translate, he switched to English. "Now this is for the grandchild," he said. "Your granddaddy wants to ignore me. He wants to forget what he left behind. But I don't forget, and I won't be ignored. If your cowardly old man refuses to see me, then I'll have to come visit you. And it won't be so nice this time." The video ended. I sat there stunned. A million questions flew through my head. I didn't have any answers. but I knew where to start. I pulled up my contacts and went to call the police I should have called to start. But just before I could place the call, I heard the loud, hard knocking at my motel door. I set my phone down. I stood still as a statue until the knocking sounded again. This time, heavier. This time, angrier. With a weary heart and a shaky hand, I looked through the peephole and saw those same soulless eyes looking in. I backed away. I darted my rifle that rested on the moose print patterns of the bed. As the relentless pounding got heavier and heavier, and the hinges vibrated and weakened, I aimed the barrel straight at the center, waiting for the man in the mask to appear. Then, I realized if I was going to make it out, I had to keep the evidence. I couldn't let it disappear again. Only the footage would make the state troopers take me seriously. I pocketed the USB drive just as the sound of shattering, cracking wood filled the room. Only for a moment, I saw a sledgehammer head being pulled from a freshly made hole in the door. Then, I saw the man in the wooden mask look through and wave, tauntingly and menacingly cheerful. I tried to yell, to stand my ground, but my voice wouldn't catch. He reached his arm through the hole where the handle had been and undid the deadlock and chain. Still, I stood frozen, gun held high, but too in shock to fire. He opened the door and stepped inside. His massive figure was accentuated by a thick brown coat and heavy steel-toe boots. In his hand, he dragged the long wooden shaft of an old, rusty sledge. "I will shoot," I managed. "Shoot me," he said, his voice completely calm, steady unlike mine. And though I had the better weapon, though the situation seemed in my favor, I felt utterly powerless. It was the demon who haunted my childhood now back, and in the flesh, my own personal boogeyman ready to finish the dead. "Shoot me," he yelled as he swung the great hammer directly into the box television, which shattered glass all around. Electric sparks danced momentarily. Then came the deafening crack of my rifle. Cotton feathers floated through the air. I took my chance to run past him, nearly being knocked down as he shoulder checked me. Quickly down the rusted stairs, I got to my Ranger, but my last bit of hope drained away as I saw the tires. They were slashed completely through. No chance of driving. "That was a clever trick with the tape," he said, slowly making his way down the creaking iron steps. "I underestimated you. I didn't respond except to chamber another round and send it straight to his chest." He stumbled for only a moment, but I took the chance and ran into the woods, nearly tripping on the evergreen roots and upturned mossy stones, but never slowing for fear of the man in the wooden mask. I ran and I ran until finally the adrenaline failed to keep my legs from holding. They failed and I fell, gasping with lungs on fire and legs to match. On the damp, mossy ground of the forest, with rays of sunset beams leaking through the pines, I laid. I caught my breath. The whole time I prayed not to have a sledge come down into my skull. I had no willpower left to stop it. But nothing ever happened. For the moment, I was safe. The sun retreated from the sky, and soon darkness surrounded me. As I finally regained the energy to stand, I reached for my pocket to grab my phone and... "Damn it!" I screamed. As the yell echoed through the woods, I realized my error. Please don't let him be near, I thought. He must not have been, because I survived the night. I slogged through the woods, trying to find my way, but not wanting to go deeper into the vast Alaskan wilderness. Eventually, as the last glimpses of daylight disappeared from the forest, I settled down under a lone Sitka spruce. I rested, thankful that the night was warm at least, and despite my best efforts,
Despite my desperation and horror, I slowly slipped away to sleep. The songs of the birds woke me. I rubbed my eyes as the morning sun warmed my face. That same eastern sun I used to retrace my tracks, to navigate my way to a road that, thankfully, I recognized. I followed it, but not in the open, keeping it just in view as I hiked through the trees, worried the man might take the highway in search of me. I wandered, but I never saw him. As my worry for my own safety began to lessen, my worry for that of my grandparents grew. My gut pained with the thought of what I might come across when I arrived. How slowly I traveled, how much time the man had to get to them before I. My regret that I hadn't informed them sooner deepened. They had absolutely no idea who was out there. I prayed that Thomas and Isabel might have called in my stead when I failed to answer their messages for so many hours. Then, finally, I saw the familiar scattered houses of my grandparents' small neighborhood. At nearly noon, I snuck my way through, holding my gun ready and looking constantly behind my back, through the yard where I used to play, and up to the rear door of the home. I was greeted with a shotgun pointed at my face, one that lowered just as quickly as it was raised. It was Thomas. "Where have you been? We thought you were dead. We thought..." He was interrupted by his sister, who pushed him aside to embrace me. "Thank God you're okay," said Isabel. They told me about how they immediately booked flights from Seattle when I failed to answer them, how they called Grandma when they landed and filled her in on everything they knew. They led me into the kitchen and then to the dining room. There, I found both of my grandparents, their faces lit up as I entered. My grandmother hugged me and tripped over her well-meaning words. My grandpa, who was bound to his chair, simply said, "Thank God, thank God." He looked old beyond his age, though my grandmother still retained some of the deep amber locks of her youth among the grays. My grandfather's head was pure snowy white. His large and bulky frame barely fit into his wheelchair. My grandmother grabbed me food and a drink to ease my hunger. As she did, I filled them in on what had happened, every detail. And when I got to the topic of the USB, my grandfather's face darkened. "He said my name, didn't he?" I nodded. I asked what the man wanted, but my grandpa only looked down at his rough and withered hands. Eventually, he said to his wife, "We have to tell them." "We do not," defied my grandmother as she rested a plate of maple bacon and golden hash browns in front of me. "What we have to do is get them on a flight to Seattle. They shouldn't have come up to begin with. We'll send the other one with. It's not safe for any of them." "Like we're just gonna stay behind while all this is happening?" interjected Tom. "It's none of your business," Grandma demanded. She washed her hands in the sink and rubbed them dry on her apron. "Like hell it isn't," I retorted. "I've got 2 missing rounds that would beg to differ. We have to know what's going on." She did not respond as she made her way to sit at a table next to my grandfather. He placed his large bare paw on her hand, a comforting gesture as it rested on the table. "Fine," she said, pulling it away. "Even though you promised me you'd never speak of it. Circumstances, darling." Grandpa took another sip of his drink, looked each of us in the eyes in turn. Then he said carefully, "I'm not who you think I am." We listened intently, myself as I filled my empty stomach, and Thomas and Isabel as they stood by the wall. He told us so many things, so many incriminating things about who he was, what he did for work, about an illegal smuggling operation during the Cold War, how he worked with Soviets just across the Bering Sea to provide them with contraband that could only be found in the US. "It was very lucrative," he continued, "and I didn't feel any guilt. It wasn't anything illegal here. It was movies and food, things the government in Russia didn't allow at the time. I sold it to them, and they turned around and sold it to the citizens. Everything was good, life was good, and for the first time, I could provide for my children." You have to understand, I was a young man, a foolish man, perhaps, but I felt that I was doing good in a way. I justified it, not just with the prospering of my family, the buying of this home, but with how the citizens of another nation, one who didn't allow them hardly any freedom, could benefit as well. Then the wall fell. Then the USSR fell. The trade had to change. The same old contraband wasn't enough. I saw his eyes sink into his coffee. I saw his lip begin to quiver. Drugs. I wasn't proud of it, but I did it. I wanted to keep providing for my family, for your father, he said to Thomas and Isabel. And your... But he couldn't finish the sentence. My mother, I choked. We both sat solemnly. We both understood the implications, the unintended consequences of his actions. It was too late to turn back when I found out. When I discovered your mother's addiction, an addiction I caused. My grandmother stood behind him and put her arms across his shoulders. She ran them back and forth to soothe him. It was our greatest mistake, she said. As she kissed his white hair, she added, I blame myself too. I raised her, my grandfather continued, as tears began to build. And I didn't see the signs. I should have never brought those damn drugs through here. Falling droplets hit the table. He managed to choke out. I killed my only daughter, before he convulsed into a sobbing fit. He broke down. Isabel placed her hand gently on my shoulder, but I did not react. As I watched my grandfather relive his greatest regret, as I watched the once powerful, jolly man who raised me, now an aged, crippled mourner, my mind couldn't take anything in. It couldn't understand the revelations presented to me. Was my mother's death really the cause of my grandparents, the ones I had loved my whole life? I suddenly felt sick that I had resented her actions and her leaving me. Once he steadied himself and returned to his typical stoic demeanor, though one decorated with puffy red eyes, we continued. For some time, we discussed it. I scraped at the empty ceramic of the plate, busying my hands. I asked the questions as they answered. But by the end of the conversation, I still had no closure. How does any of this relate to the man in the wooden mask? I asked. Okay, Hot Nick, my grandfather said. The hunter. The name hung in the air after he spoke it. He's the last one, he continued. My grandmother excused herself and went into another room. After I found out about your mother's disease, I tried to fix it. We sent her to rehabilitation. We took you in, and I tried to get out of the game. Well, the boys across the sea didn't like that so much. About 6 months after I stopped flying things over, they sent the hunter for me. Not to kill me, but to send a message. That's why he came to the house, said Thomas. No, that's not why. My grandmother re-entered the room. She had in her hands an old rolled-up newspaper. I had to end it. It had to be done. Spread out over the stained mahogany tabletop, I read the words. 13 Russian nationals dead after warehouse explosion. Damn, Thomas muttered. That was the only word spoken for a moment as we took in this new information. Then Isabel broke the silence. I'm guessing Mask Face didn't like this whole crew going up in flames? Grandpa shook his head. That's when he tried to go after you three. I took his family. He'd take mine. But he didn't get to you. Maybe if he wasn't such a drama queen and just... I don't like to think about what could have happened. The risk I put my loved ones through. So that's why he recorded it all? Just to be dramatic? Thomas asked. I think he intended on filming it all, to the end, and showing me the result. The grim revelation once again muted the room. But then why give up? I continued. Why only return after 19 years? Grandpa took a sip from his coffee mug. Because I put him away. 15 years incarceration. I should have killed him. But I couldn't manage it. That's 15, Isabel said. Why wait another 4? What makes now the time? My grandfather knocked 3 times. on the arm of his wheelchair. We understood. Now was when my grandfather was weak, when he was vulnerable. Another 3 distinct knocks echoed from the front door. Thomas and I grabbed our guns and followed my grandpa as he rolled over to answer. "Officer," he said, "what brings you here?" My grandmother brought the grizzled Alaskan state trooper a mug of hot coffee to match my grandfather's. His name was A.P. Cartwright. He must have been the 3rd trooper the other 2 told me about. I retain a sense of skepticism, given his colleagues' level of professionalism, but it slowly wore away as he talked. He spoke with an honest and serious cadence that reassured me that perhaps we had at least one ally. And that's when I arrived at the motel. I saw the pickup in the parking lot. Its tires were slashed, and I went into the room with the busted door. "Did you get my laptop?" I asked. "Or my phone?" He shook his head. "All that was left was this." He pulled something from his bag and set it on the table. The 2 plastic pieces of VHS tape I had disassembled. "We went back to the station to see if those bozos knew anything about it. Said you came by earlier. Said they took down your name and number, so I called. Some feller answered in Russian. Hung up when I identified myself. Couldn't contact you, but I recognized the last name, so I chased that lead over here, and that's that." Grandpa brought the tape closer to him for a better look. He chuckled to himself. "What's the joke?" asked the officer. My grandfather hesitated. Grandma placed her hand on his head, ruffling his gray hair. "I guess it's time," he said. "I'll be incriminating myself, but at least we'll all be on the same page. Maybe I can finally make my family safe. This writing says the red tape. Yeah, I translated it," I added. "But what use is just describing the VHS? No. The red tape doesn't refer to this VHS. The red tape was the name of the smuggling group. It refers to the bureaucratic red tape that kept the Soviet citizens restricted from simple entertainment and other liberties. It was meant to remind them why they'd started the group. Now the hunter uses it to remind me, to make sure I don't forget." "What group?" Cartwright inquired. "What hunter?" He told the man everything. He told him about the hunter. He told him about the incident and about everything since. Cartwright jotted it all down in his notepad. He asked questions when he could to clarify. The more the scratching of the pencil to parchment continued, the more sure I was that A.P. Cartwright might be our saving grace. "I moved here from Anchorage over 25 years ago," said the trooper. "This is a quiet place, not much to do, except for a few years in, when a murder took place on the outskirts of town. Few days passed but no leads. Trucker wasn't local, didn't have any connections in town, and no reasonable enemies." Isabel grabbed my hand. It was a gesture the officer noticed from his periphery. He understood. It stumped me until a couple of days later I responded to a call about a red VHS tape. A dead trucker and a man in a wooden mask. That was the 3 of you, wasn't it? We nodded solemnly. Cartwright shifted his attention back to his coffee and his cupped hands. He had a wife. The trucker, that is. I remember the way she cried when I called her. The sound of a heart shattering in a million pieces. For a long time afterwards, she called the station. Every day. And I answered. Every day. "Have you found the killer? Have you found him? Have you found him?" He stopped speaking. He stared into the black of the coffee. I witnessed the ever so slight quiver of his lip before he continued. "She didn't make it long. A few months in, she hadn't been making her usual calls to the station. Tried to get a hold of her, but it was pills. That's what she chose." No sound filled the room. A silence only broken from the faintest creak of an old shifting house. "The hunter is a bastard," my grandpa said after a while. "Doesn't care who he hurts. He'll keep going unless we stop him." After a sip of black coffee, the grizzled vet said, "If what you're saying is true, then I'm with you. We're gonna put that son of a bitch down." Elation. That's the only way to describe how I felt.
Finally, we had someone who could really help. Someone who wasn't past his prime, bound to a wheelchair. Someone who wasn't completely out of their wheelhouse like the three of us. But how do we find him? Isabel asked. The message, I shouted. I remembered something my grandfather had failed to tell the trooper. Inside the VHS this time, there was this USB drive. I fished it from my pocket. Thankfully, at the very least, I managed to secure one thing of importance. What did it say? Cartwright inquired. It was the original tape. Only this time, he spliced new footage at the end of him talking to my grandfather. At first it was in Russian. I turned to my grandfather. Can you understand Russian? Been working with them since the Reagan era, child. Of course I do. He chuckled. He turned to my grandma and said, Sweetheart, would you grab the laptop so we can take a look? No, Thomas interjected, catching everyone's attention. I mean, not here. You said you put in your laptop at the motel, right? Then by coincidence, the hunter shows up. How are we so sure that's not how we tracked you there? I thought it over for a moment. I hadn't considered that, as stupid as it sounded. He could have just seen my truck out front. Maybe, but maybe he used it to find you. All I'm saying is maybe it would be better to watch it somewhere safer and more secure. To the station then, Cartwright said. Smart thinking, son. We got into two separate cars. Thomas drove Grandma and Grandpa in their wheelchair-accessible van. Isabel and I rode with Cartwright in his Alaskan State Trooper SUV. You said the man who answered the phone spoke in Russian, right? Asked Isabel from the back seat. The trooper nodded. That means at the very least, he pocketed your phone for a while. Yeah, I'm sure he wanted Grandpa to call me. That way they could talk or whatever. As I stared out the window to the trees, and as dark, heavy clouds moved in, so similar to that afternoon so long ago. Isabel asked the question which brought us one step closer to finding our man. Did you leave your location on? The world outside is now dark and gray from the cloud cover. Soon, it would begin to rain. We had all gathered in the large main room of the cabin-turned-police station. My family, Cartwright, and the other two less useful troopers. After cussing them out for a healthy amount of time, Cartwright told Serrano, the younger one, to grab his laptop from the office. While the young trooper went off grumbling to do so, Cartwright relayed Isabel's realization to the group. So we can just track the phone? My grandfather asked. I explained to him that all I had to do was log into a website online, and using that we could get a GPS location of where the phone was. And where the phone is. Maybe the hunter is... Thoms concluded. But what if he just ditched the phone? He might have, I reasoned. But maybe he doesn't know about it. I mean, he's been in prison for a long time, right? Technology's changed since then. I didn't know about it, Grandpa added, and I haven't even been to jail. If he knows then, he probably would have ditched it by now. If the phone isn't moving on the map, then that's probably what happened. I continued. But if it's on the move, we'll be one step ahead of him, Thoms concluded. And with the numbers advantage and the arms advantage, the guy's toast, Cartwright assured. Serrano set down the bulky, out-of-date laptop on the round table we'd been sitting at. I logged into the website to find my phone. The marker on the map was still at the motel, which confused Cartwright. But he explained that he may have missed it, or that the hunter dropped it somewhere nearby. I asked him when he called the number and when the man picked up. Cartwright pulled up his phone log to be sure. That wasn't too long after the incident, but why would he hang around the scene of the crime for so long? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he hung around in the woods, but just close enough to ambush you if he tried to come back. If you brought your grandfather along to help. Was no one else at the motel? Isabel asked. I shook my head. It's not tourist season, and why else would someone stay in this place? I had to call the owner, insist that he came down to give me a key. Waiting in the Ranger was horrifying, but... I called that guy. Cartwright interrupted, then apologized for doing so. When he saw the motel and the wreckage as I drove past it, I told him to be careful, but to get down there as quick as he could. We discussed the issue for a while longer. Then the problem of the flash drive was brought up. Should we watch it? Thomas and Isabel argued that even here wasn't secure enough to risk the hunter knowing our location. Grandma agreed. Grandpa wanted to hear what the hunter had to say, but eventually relented once he realized he was alone in the matter. If we can catch this guy without playing his game, that's the best possible outcome, Cartwright reasoned. All his speech is gonna do is rile us up and skew our mission. We have a good plan as long as he held on to the phone. Now we just wait and see. The mood in the air never lessened. I felt the flash drive shifting in my pocket whenever I moved. Serrano took the opportunity to apologize to me for his behavior the previous day. He explained that in all his years of being in this town, nothing had ever happened. Mostly it was false reports and wasting time. Our conversation was interrupted when the older trooper captured everyone's attention. "You might want to see this," Henton said. He turned the laptop to show us the marker on the GPS was now moving away from its resting spot and onto the highway. Guess he got sick of waiting. "Henton, Serrano, you're both with me," demanded Cartwright. "Suit up, full kits. We're getting this SOB and we're doing it quickly." He turned to the five of us. "Can't have y'all coming with me. It's too dangerous." He received no complaint from us. Then he told Thomas, Isabel, and I to follow him deeper into the station. He unlocked the door to reveal a windowless room filled with guns and ammunition. "I expect the guns back," he said. "The bullets, though, those are for the hunter to keep, if he shows up." He winked at us and patted Thomas on the shoulder. We grabbed a rifle or shotgun each, a handgun to match, including 2 for Grandma and Grandpa, while we shuffled through the boxes of ammunition to find the corresponding packages. Thomas chuckled. "What's up?" I asked, slipping some boxes into a large hiking backpack. "You think this is the real reason Gramps always took us out hunting? Made sure we knew guns?" I thought it over and found myself chuckling as well. As we unloaded all of the arms onto the large round table that we gathered around earlier, Cartwright gave us some final words. "The sun's going down. Get some rest, but you might want to leave some lookouts awake. The cameras keep an eye all around the station. We left the door to the security room unlocked so you can see the screens. I'm sorry we didn't have any vests for y'all. Only got 3, and they're fitted for us." He looked around seriously at each of us. "You cannot, let me stress this, you cannot be too careful tonight. Make sure someone has an eye on those screens at all times. Cartwright," I said just as he was about to walk through the door. I shot him 2 times straight to the chest, and he kept walking. He nodded. He's probably wearing a vest under that coat of his. He barely even flinched, though. And they weren't far away shots either. Virtually point blank. Rifle too. Just don't underestimate him. He nodded in agreement. Then, with a casual salute, he was gone. They took each of their SUVs, leaving us with only the van at the edge of the dirt driveway. Thomas went over and deadlocked the front door. As he did, he looked out the window at the blackened sky and the blurry, concealed sun as it touched the tree line. "It's starting to rain," he said. Drops of liquid soon decorated the glass panes, as if to prove him right. The similarities to that first encounter with the hunter made my stomach uneasy. Could it be so easy? Would the 3 troopers catch the hunter by surprise? My mind went back to what the hunter said to me, what I had relayed to Cartwright. "I underestimated you." Would he really underestimate us again? I pondered these questions as I helped my grandfather out of his wheelchair and into the bed of one of the rooms. The police station had it so that the troopers could stay overnight if needed. He cried in pain from the few steps to the bed. As he collapsed down, he laughed a little while blinking the tears from his eyes. "It just occurred to me that I can finally tell you why I have all these back problems," he said. "You told me it was all those years with the oil company." I didn't lie, but that's not where it started. After that incident with the 3 of you in Okhotnik, I tracked him down. We had a shootout, and he got me right near the spine. I'm surprised he didn't paralyze me. Then once he was off to prison, I went back working at the oil rig. Only the work was a lot harder. Too many years of that, and, well, I was really happy when I finally retired. He smiled at me brightly, expecting a response. I didn't give one. After the story, I simply said goodnight and went to leave the room. On the way out, I passed my grandmother who was coming in. She placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, one that turned into an embrace. I sighed, said I loved them, and went back to the main room with Thomas and Isabel. "Do you forgive him?" Isabel asked me from the leather couch she rested on. It had been an hour of mostly silence. I stared through the open door to the room where my grandparents slept. The questions about my mother and how much of the blame was on my grandfather had been swirling through my head since Cartwright left. "I don't know," I said. "I don't even know if I blame him in the first place. Maybe I do." I shifted my spot at the table and buried my head in my hands, deep in thought. I don't think I'll be able to make sense of it until the hunter is put away at least, and maybe not for a while after. My whole life I thought my mom was the one to blame. I thought Grandma and Grandpa were saints for taking me in. That hasn't changed necessarily, Isabel said carefully. They did still take care of you. They did still help your mom go to rehab. She wouldn't have to if Grandpa didn't bring drugs through town to begin with. After a moment, I sighed and lifted my head again. Before Isabel could speak, I said, I know. He couldn't have foreseen what would happen. Even if he wanted to get out, it's not like it was easy. I mean, look where we're at now. You think those guys are gonna get him?" Thomas asked. He was just near enough to hear the conversation. Inside the security room, with the door open, examining the screens. I looked down at the old laptop, with the map pulled up. Cartwright had taken his phone with him. I logged into the website on that so we could more easily track the hunter on the move. The marker had come to rest in a house on the edge of town. For a while, it continued to move around the vicinity, but now it had remained in one place. "There's something moving on the screen," Thomas said. Isabel instantly shot up from her resting state. I took my attention away from the laptop. "What is it?" "I'm not sure. Just some moving in the bushes right now. It's really hard to tell with how dark the screens are." The two of us joined Thomas in the security room. He was right about the vision. Not only the darkness, but also the storm. Very little could be seen. Then, just barely, we caught sight of it. We each sighed in relief and shared some mild, awkward laughter at the sight of a cow moose. Isabel went to lay on the couch again after a while. She hadn't slept much on the plane ride and was exhausted. I kept Thomas company in the security room. We talked for the better part of an hour about everything we could think of. The revelation of our grandfather's past, the refutation of all our ideas and imagined experiences, and the realization that both of us were starving. Thomas left the room to rummage through the fridge for something to eat. That's when everything went to hell. Complete darkness filled the cabin. All of the security screens went black at once. The lights out. The open fridge now dark. For a moment, neither of us reacted. Then we sprang into action, waking each of our sleeping family members. Confusion was the shared experience. Was it a storm? A simple yet terrifying coincidence? We each grabbed our guns. We each threw our bags of ammo over our shoulders. We mounted ourselves around the table as Grandma helped Grandpa to his chair. Then came the smell. A smoky scent that stung our nostrils. "Fire!" Thomas shouted. Sure enough, the walls of the hallway that led deeper into the cabin were lit by the crimson glow of open flames. As the wicked heat and smoke began to fill the main room, we panicked. We asked each other what to do and where to go. The sinking dread of the realization that this could be no coincidence sank in. "To the van!" Grandpa shouted over our yelling. "We have to get to the van. Go!" Into the harsh rains we went. Thomas took the keys and ran through the mud to unlock the doors to turn on the vehicle. Then he stood guard, his gun held high and looking every which way. Isabel helped Grandma through the mud to the van, where they began to lower the ramp. They yelled at me to hurry, but the thin wheels of my grandfather's chair digging deep into the slippery, sticky earth slowed me immensely. "Leave me!" he yelled. "It's me he wants, damn it! Leave me!" But I wouldn't. I dragged the chair behind myself as I plowed through the muddy driveway. And then, a sudden cracking noise filled the air. It was not thunder. The sound was followed by a shrill and haunting screech, a scream which I will never forget. Isabel pulled Grandma into the van. Grandma who laid on her lap, a splotch of blood spreading through her apron. My grandfather yelled and cried in a way I had never heard before. With the adrenaline now at a peak, I was able to drag the wheelchair to the van. As Thomas shot into the woods, I shoved Grandpa's chair in, pushed the ramp up, closed the door, and got in the passenger side. With the shotgun now empty, Thomas jumped into the driver's seat. He peeled away, kicking up mud and swerving his way out to the main road. I looked to the back seat to see my grandmother, thankfully still conscious. Grandpa held her hand up and cried, completely unintelligible. "Get to the hospital!" I yelled. I prayed it wouldn't be enough. Grandma tried to soothe us, though her voice was getting faint. Isabel ran her fingers through the copper and silver locks of her hair. For a moment, nothing at all existed as I watched the color fade from the woman who raised me. Thomas broke the trance with a yell. "Behind us!" I snapped my head to see through the mirror a pair of bright headlights quickly approaching us. I pulled my handgun from its holster. "Is it him?" Isabel asked. She was answered by the sudden jolt of the van being slammed into by a heavy truck. I rolled down my window and leaned out with my gun drawn. I emptied the magazine towards the truck. A few shots hit the vehicle, but most ricocheted off the wet asphalt of the highway. I pulled myself back into the van to reload. My hair was dripping from the downfall outside. The inside of the door was soaked and slick from being opened so long in such a storm. "Drive steady," I said. I once again leaned out of the van, this time going so far as to sit on the windowsill and hold tightly onto the van's cargo bar to keep from falling. "Be careful," Thomas yelled as the truck veered off to the side. I saw the hunter driving. He wore his wooden mask even now. I steadied my gun at him. Just as he lifted his, up to me, 2 resounding shots rang out, and 2 bullets landed. Both of us missed our mark. The side mirror below me cracked and fell onto the road. The truck decelerated rapidly. I had flattened one of the tires at least. I watched as the vehicle came to a stop and as the lights faded in the storm. "I'll kill the son of a bitch! I'll kill him!" Grandpa yelled all the way to the hospital. We got there just in time. The few members of the medical staff in the building were able to steady Grandma's vitals. "We have to life flight her to Anchorage," a nurse told us grandchildren just outside of the emergency room. "Only one person can fit in the helicopter with her, considering how many of the medical staff needs to go with." We discussed it amongst the family and decided that Isabel should accompany her. The main reason being that Grandpa refused to leave town until the hunter was dead. The 3 of us watched from the rooftop as the helicopter took flight and slowly faded into the now rising sun as the clouds of rain dispersed. Then, as we stood on the wet cement roof of the hospital, we saw the lights of 3 AST vehicles pulling into the parking lot. We met the 3 officers by the front door. I could tell from the look on his face that Cartwright was utterly distraught. Before he could explain what had happened, Grandpa flew into a rage, wheeling himself towards them. He screamed and cursed at the officers. He denounced them for failing to protect us, failing to protect my grandmother. As Cartwright's head hung low in despair, I couldn't help as my own emotions bubbled to the surface. "No, you don't get to be angry," I shouted at the old man in the chair. "None of this would be happening if it wasn't for you. You almost got us killed as children. You almost got my grandma killed. And you did kill my mother. All of us here are picking up after you, so don't just sit there, useless, while the rest of us try and fix it." Tears streamed down my face. I could hardly see. I could hardly think. And soon, I could hardly speak, as my throat closed tight from the emotion. As my tongue stumbled over the words, I gave up and turned away back to the van. I cried. I cried with my head hung low until I felt a hand touch my shoulder. I looked up to see Thomas. He said nothing, but through my tears, I saw that he was crying as well. I rested my head on his shoulder, and he wrapped his arm around me. We didn't find the truck on the highway back to the station. The hunter must have thrown on a spare. I rode with Cartwright. I wanted to keep some distance from my grandfather. The whole drive back, Cartwright told me about what had happened after they'd left to track the hunter down. The GPS led them to a house on the edge of town. They slowly surrounded it before knocking the front and back doors down simultaneously. The house belonged to the motel owner. After talking to him for a while, they figured out what had happened. The hunter must have answered the phone while hiding inside the office. The owner said that the door had been unlocked when he got there despite him always leaving it secured. Once the hunter realized the police were involved, he slipped the phone into the pocket of a coat left behind in there. When the owner arrived, the hunter was gone. None the wiser, he grabbed the coat, thinking nothing of it, and went back home. We had tracked the owner as a distraction. We underestimated him, I said, staring distantly into the trees, and we paid for it. The SUV pulled into the driveway of the now charred police station. It was followed by the other 3 vehicles as we stepped closer to the ruins of the cabin. A single white square caught my eye. I walked up to it, picked it up, and brushed away the soot. Thomas wheeled my grandfather forward. The 3 of us and the police looked at the paper, the very same newspaper that had reported the warehouse explosion, taken from my grandparents' house and placed here at the scene. The ink had leaked and dried, like faded charcoal tears on the parchment. My grandfather sighed. I know where to go. The drive was a long one down the coastal highway. Jagged snowy peaks peered over the vast expanse of green vegetation on black rock. The tall pine trees of the forest near our hometown grew sparser and sparser until they were completely gone. As the salty waves battered the rocky cliffs near us, Thomas, Grandpa, and I discussed the situation. Grandpa explained to us that the hunter wanted to face off at the site of the explosion that had started it all. It was a pair of warehouses on a lot near the coast. The plot of land the warehouses were built on was hidden below the cliffs the long highway expanded over. It was built there to be hidden in plain sight. Most wouldn't see it. It would be tucked beneath the rocky cliffs as they drove by. Those that did see it would think nothing of it. That is where the Russians had met Grandpa to store and sail the cargo to cross through the Bering Sea. We had almost missed the warehouses, but Grandpa never forgot the scenery. Although there was little to work with, he knew. We stood on the cliff overlooking the remains of the charred and abandoned warehouse. Next to it was a still intact but no less abandoned copy. As I stared down at it, I wondered if the hunter was inside, if he was waiting for us to enter, or if he waited somewhere on the outskirts. He had no woods to hide in this time. The black pickup truck was alone in the gravel parking lot. The bullet holes marked the metal body, metals from the firefight the night before. Or was it earlier this morning? I couldn't be sure. As we looked down over the lot and over the chilly sea, Thomas asked the most obvious question, the one that was on all our minds. What if he just blows it up? What if he just wants revenge for last time? My grandfather sat in his chair overlooking the warehouse. He probably wants to. He means to take my family from me before finishing the job. That's why he shot your grandmother. He could easily taken me, but instead, he turned the gun on the love of my life and tried to snuff her out. His rough and wrinkled fingers dug into the arms of his chair, a subtle sign of rage in his otherwise stoic demeanor. That's why we can't have you two following me in. Not only is this stupid, it's probably exactly what it wants. Thomas and I argued, but Cartwright took Grandpa's side. He said it would be foolish for anyone to go in when we could wait him out. We don't take unnecessary risks, Cartwright said. He'll have to come out eventually. We surround the warehouse and wait. We can't. The warehouse is still full of canned food and other non-perishables, my grandfather explained. It's probably been his base of operations. With this new information, we decided to set up defense positions. Henton and Serrano remained on the cliff, one covering the back and one covering the front. They would have bird's eye views to overlook the lot. Grandpa showed Cartwright a way down with the van. He took us with, but we remained in the van, ready to make an escape if necessary. That's what we told them at least. Are we just gonna watch? Thomas asked me as our grandfather wheeled himself ever closer to the metal-encased pole barn. Cartwright followed behind. We told Grandpa we would stay out of harm's reach, as my grandfather looked over his shoulder at us in the distance, then disappeared into the warehouse. I said, "Doesn't mean we will, though." I grabbed my gun, and Thomas did the same. As the doors to the van closed, I told him we would look for an entrance in the back and cut the man in the mask off if necessary. With a light jog, we scampered across the lot to the metal wall of the warehouse. We justified with each other that it made no sense to not use every person available. The two troopers had sight, but what if they missed? "You think it's unlocked?" I whispered to Thomas while gesturing at a set of graded steps that led up to a door on the back of the metal shed. He was staring at the charred skeleton of the twin warehouse that was destroyed so many years ago. "Only one way to find out," he said. Up the steps and to the red-painted door we snuck. As we moved, we heard the faint sound of the overhead door my grandfather had gone into closing with considerable squeaking from its age. I asked what Thomas could see through the small square window in the center of the heavy metal door. He told me it was nothing but darkness. Tentatively, he tried the handle, and slowly it turned. The inside of the building was dark, with only faint rays of light coming from cracks in the roof, doors, or walls. The singular room of the warehouse was filled with rows of metal shelving holding pallets of canned goods and several appliances. The catwalk our door led into circled the whole warehouse, a perfect inner vantage point. "Why did he pick a spot so easy for us to get an advantage in?" I asked. "He seems to care more about the story of it all," Thomas replied. "If he just wanted us dead, with no fuss, we wouldn't have made it past elementary school." We stepped in carefully and quietly, although we wanted to remain up top to keep a strong position against the hunter. We could see very little. From some location in the echoing warehouse, we could hear a conversation between two men speaking in Russian. Well, he's not dead yet, I thought. For a moment, we only listened to the distant conversations before I told Thomas, through the quietest whisper I could manage, that I wanted to get closer in case he needed help. He argued with me immediately. He said we were close as we needed to be without risking being seen. I heeded his advice only momentarily before I began to descend down the steps. "I'm not following you," he said quietly. "Good. Look for a better vantage point." Through dusty, mildewed rows of crates and pallets, I snuck, slowly and thoughtfully, so that my steps would not give me away. I crept closer to the sound of the conversation. I wondered why I could not hear the voice of the old trooper when I felt a pair of hands grasp me and cover my mouth. "You're not sticking to the plan," Cartwright whispered furiously. He slowly let go of me and non-verbally directed my attention to something. I saw the jumbled mess of homemade explosives on one of the steel supports of the building. "How many?" I mouthed more than spoke. He held up 7 fingers and gestured to 7 different spots. "Can we disarm them?" Cartwright did not answer immediately. Then, he asked me if it was worth the risk. I shrugged and whispered back, "It's either get blown up now or get blown up later. We could try and get close to him, take him out with a headshot. And if he hears us coming and decides to self-destruct, let's take our chances with the bomb first. Tom is on the catwalk. Maybe he'll find a shot. But if not, Our best bet is getting these things out of commission. Cartwright nodded, though he didn't look entirely pleased. I understood the hesitation. I wasn't entirely on board with the plan either, but it at least was a plan and not a Hail Mary. Then, as I approached the mess of explosives and wires, pocket knife out and ready, I wondered if this wasn't also just a different form of Hail Mary. I'm not very religious, but I can say without shame that I prayed before I cut the wire. Slowly, the blade dug into the rubber. Slowly, I pushed deeper, waiting for inevitable end of my life. As my blade cut completely through, my heart stopped momentarily, but when no explosion came, I relaxed. Now just do it 6 more times, I whispered. Cartwright took his own pocket knife out and went around disarming others. Just after I cut through my second wire, I heard the conversation between my grandfather and the hunter get louder and angrier. Then I heard a commotion and a thud. My grandfather yelled, "Do it then, you son of a bitch!" Without thinking, I immediately moved towards the noise with my gun drawn. I got to a part of the warehouse where the shelving stopped and saw my grandfather sprawled onto the dirty concrete floor. He looked up at me in shock. "No, you weren't supposed to be here!" Then the loud crack of a gun went off. Thomas, from his position on the catwalk, had fired at the hunter, who stood just behind me. I stared at the man with the mask. He held his arm as blood spilled from it. I knew he wasn't invincible. This confirmed it. My childhood fears fell away as I swung the butt of my rifle at his head and knocked him backward. Onto the ground he fell, and I aimed my rifle at him. Just briefly, I heard him laugh. Then the whole warehouse collapsed. Sheer metal and supports collapsed down on us. Shelves and their contents spilled under the weight. I heard nothing but a noise so loud, it deafened me. I coughed up dust, now pinned prone to the ground. I reconnected to reality, with nothing but ringing in my ears and a sharp pain in my leg. As the ringing faded, and more of the world became clear, I heard several competing shouts. I heard my grandfather crying and begging for us to be okay. I heard Thomas far off in the distance calling out to us. Then, I saw the large frame of the hunter making his way through the rubble towards me. I heard the bellow of Officer Cartwright tackling him to the ground. My grandfather called my name, and I saw him dragging himself towards me. "Can you get up?" he asked as Cartwright and the hunter wrestled. "My leg," I stammered. "My leg is pinned." He pushed aside shattered planks of wood and lifted sheets of metal to get closer. He embraced me for a moment, and I felt the tears from his eyes wash the dust from my cheeks. He told me he would get me free. Then he found the metal rod and pried the support beam, which pinned me up just enough for me to slide it out. "I won't be able to walk," I said. "Then crawl out. Get out of here." "Not without taking down that fucker. He's played his trick. Now he's vulnerable. We all survived." Then I heard another distinctive blast that could only be a gunshot. I pulled myself up onto a split crate of VHS tapes to see through the floating dust and rays of sunlight through the collapsed roof. I saw Cartwright's body on the ground. He had been shot in the upper chest, or was it the neck? He held his collar tightly and could not speak. Blood spilled through his fingers. Then, the hunter turned to see me. Only then I did realize I had no gun. It had been lost in the explosion. The hunter lifted his own pistol and aimed it at me. I looked down the black barrel of the gun that would take my life, but the shot missed. It missed because at the last second, the hunter was thrown off by an old man biting down hard into his leg. My grandfather had saved my life. The hunter did not appreciate it. He kicked my grandfather hard in the face, surely breaking his nose. Then, he turned his attention back to me. He threw his gun aside as he approached me. As I watched the haunting image of the figure masked behind the wooden facade, my entire body wanted to freeze. I knew I could not. I pulled my pocket knife out, now my only weapon. As if to challenge me, the man in the wooden mask pulled out a blade the size of my forearm. Ducking under beams and crawling over boxes, he moved towards me. His sinister eyes never moved from mine. Then I felt his massive hand grab onto my throat. He began to choke me, to see the life drain from my face. I slashed away at his torso, but my minuscule blade couldn't even puncture his coat. Black spots filled my vision. I became lightheaded and only barely heard laughing. Laughing cut short by a sudden sound of chains. And then his grip loosened and then fully fell off my throat. I grasped for air and saw my grandfather. For the first time in a long time, I saw him standing completely upright and from his own volition. I saw the pain in his eyes as he wrestled the life from the hunter. I saw a rusty chain just below the wooden mask. It caught the gray yarn beard in its links. The man in the wooden mask stabbed my grandfather repeatedly in the side, trying desperately to loosen his grip. But as they both fell to the ground, my grandfather refused to let his hold go. The man in the wooden mask stared at me through the holes in the carved, baggy eyes. For the first time, I saw fear in the opposite direction. As I pulled my body through the debris, I realized that neither of them would survive. My grandpa could not last that many stabs to his body. The hunter violently fought until at last the swinging blade slowed in tempo and the knife fell to the ground. His last words were nothing more than gargled gasps for air, so similar to what I heard on the film as a child. Finally, I pulled myself over the crate of tapes, plastic breaking underneath me to get to the tube. Thomas called in the background. I heard him ripping metal and debris away, desperately looking for a path in. Together, we threw the hunter's lifeless corpse aside. My grandfather was still alive, but not for long. Thomas grabbed onto me. We both held tightly onto one of the old man's hands. He did not break his gaze from us. "I forgive you," I said. "It wasn't your fault." The faintest smile grew on his lips. He mouthed a final goodbye to us. Then he was gone. Cartwright and my grandmother attended the funeral. Both of them had pulled through, but only just. The two officers and Thomas helped Cartwright and then me to the cars where we drove at ludicrous speeds back to town. We had to leave the two bodies there, the hunters and my grandfather's. I refused to go with them until they came back. I stayed in the rubble of the warehouse for a long time, just staring at the bodies. Eventually, I pulled the mask away from the man who had haunted me my whole life, the man who had taken my grandfather from me. He looked like anyone else, no defining features, completely ordinary. The image of his face remained with me throughout the next couple days. Thomas and Isabel worked with Grandma to organize the funeral. They called up distant family to visit. I was no help. I spent all my time staring off into the woods of my grandma's yard. I sat in the wheelchair due to my broken leg. I didn't need it, but I asked for it. The day of the funeral, I arrived to the small graveyard in the forest before all of the other guests, all save for one, as I rolled my chair down the main path. I saw Cartwright in the distance. He looked at me as I made my way up to him. He stood in front of the graves of a husband and wife. He explained that he just wanted to let them know that he finally got the guy. Grandma acted stoic throughout the event, but I knew she was broken inside. I could tell because I was too. After the funeral, her and I remained longer than anyone else. We talked for a while, but we were silent for longer. Eventually, as dusk fell on the cemetery, she placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "I'm gonna drive back home. I'm gonna make some supper. You're going to have your time alone, and then you'll come eat with your family." She kissed me on the forehead and was gone. I didn't say anything, even as the sunlight fully slipped away. I simply pulled out the wooden mask from my bag and placed it beside Grandpa's headstone. I rolled my chair away, leaving the wooden masquerade as one final gift to my grandfather. I don't know if I actually forgive him or not. I wanted him to die at peace. I wanted him to have some closure. But maybe one day, I'll have the same. All I know now is that I have to continue living, to try and earn the life we had fought so hard to preserve. And though I may have some very rough years ahead of me, I try to look at the positive. Whatever the circumstances were, this man raised me. He made me into what I am. He looked after me. I may not have a good adult life, but I had a good childhood, and nothing can take that away from me.